Okay, so today I'm going to make the trip back. 6 hours, 9 minutes, 417 miles. From Maine, we're in Portland, Maine. Going to go back to New York. That's really not a very intimidating distance. You know, obviously the way here, I took my time, but it makes it seem very, very different. Like, I don't know, 6 hours for all that? That seems crazy. So here's the thing. Let me look at a concept here. First of all, it's like how structure will take credit. Structure will take credit for the technology that just exists in the era, but then that could apply to anything. Or it will take, like, you know, monopoly over it as if to validate itself. And so what happens is, what happens is that it doesn't really validate anything, right? It'll be used to validate a specific thing. Right, so they'll all use it sort of interchangeably that way. And so I guess I've discovered certain things are franchises that I didn't even know were franchises that that I've seen in places along the way. There's a ton of Dairy Queens here in Maine. I don't know why that is. More than in New York even, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, I'm going to try to get on a good stretch of road, and then we'll go through some things. And I'll try to react to some random videos and stuff too, to break up instead of just doing the absolutist philosophy, that sometimes gets exhausting. So let's just try to find a straight stretch of road first. But yeah, Portland was kind of a nice town, and it definitely seems like the biggest city in Maine. The only other one noteworthy I saw was Bangor, which is okay, but really Maine and Vermont are weird states because they're like vacation spots, they're like tourist spots. They're not really places with a large population or a lot of development there, right? For better or for worse. I mean, people might like that. A lot of farms, a lot of, seasonal things. And of course, we're going to get hit with the rain now as soon as we go, but whatever. No point stopping anywhere on the way back. I don't have the patience to do it right now, so I'm good. The only thing I didn't see that I kind of wanted to see was that Acadia Park in like middle of Maine, but I didn't really have time. The Acadia National Park. So yeah, just to picture that though, like the size of Maine being nothing to scoff at. Driving from one end of Maine to the other, like the southern Maine to like the quaddy thing that I saw, the lighthouse, right, the most eastern point in the U.S. That is a 5-hour drive, and driving all the way from here, like southern Maine, back to central New York, presumably, that would be leading into Boston, like, or out of Boston in this case. So, right, that's going to be the route it takes mainly. So it'll go from there and into New York. So, let's see, 95 south. I'll probably have to stop for gas within reason. Like, my tank's going to give me about 200. Right, like that actually seems kind of low. It's almost a full tank with, let's say, 200 miles. And yeah, this is one of the oddities of Maine as well, is that it's like it still has the cash stuff, apparently. Very few states have that, the cash option in tolls. Hey, the most, how's it going? Hey, Burrito, how are you? Hey, Byron. Okay, so yeah, that, or even Vermont was cool because it didn't have any tolls at all. It's like a lot of fog and shit too. Not the best weather to be doing this in, but it was a good trip. I didn't really have enough time to appreciate too many things along the way, though, is maybe the problem. Hey, Luis, how's it going? Because these were like almost touristy type states, it's a good time of year to do it. Right, if you're going to do a trip like this in the northern part, that's how you should time it, right? Go here in summer and then go summer south in winter. Hey CC, how's it going? What am I doing? I'm driving back from Maine. I had something to do there. So like driving back now from southern Maine to New York. Like central New York though, not New York City. It's about a 6-hour drive, so I'll kind of do my usual driving stream stuff where I talk about absolutist philosophy and other things. So okay, I guess this is a straight stretch of road. I was kind of waiting for something. So yeah, let me get into some good topics here. You can occasionally take breaks, and I did that one day where I did like a 6-hour stream that was really in-depth and good, and I'm uploading actually clips from that. But that was more like me sitting. It wasn't really me driving. I was like sitting in a Walmart parking lot, then I drove like a mile, then I was sitting in a different parking lot. So I was just doing it to kind of showcase the format, but I feel like it shouldn't be that much more exhausting when you're driving, but then it messes up the audio because it's kind of too loud, the car and stuff. So what's a good topic here? Like, the term I always use is like the measure, right? The absolute is having a measure. And so what that means, oh yeah, the speed limit here is a little higher too than most places, 70, right? Just because they expect less traffic on these roads, or I don't know what, but so when I use the word measure, what does it mean in the absolute context? It means that, like, measure, oh thanks, something like, I appreciate it. So it means that something other than zero-sum means. So zero-sum means would be like what you need to survive, like food and, you know, money and whatever, right? That's zero-sum means, versus a measure, which is like a purpose or a consistent sort of set of ideas or standard that you have. And so what that means is basically that, right, that the two are not always equated together, but you're kind of made to associate your identity with the zero-sum means state, the functionalist state. And so right, so that's the measure, and that's what often people don't have. They don't define their own standards, whatever they might be. They're not aware of things. They kind of do everything reactively, right? So like that would be an afterthought rather than the defining factor. And I know you might say, oh, it might be difficult to do that because everything around you is so controlled, but at what point do you break that process? That's what I talk about stimuli acme preservation. When like absolutists wouldn't have children until they vouched for the state, rather than perpetuating the state that they're in, that they didn't choose, that they're kind of reacting to subversively. So, you know, you could say that's defeatist, like, oh, you're just not going to have kids, but the point of it is to motivate yourself to change that state to one in which you do vouch it, and not so much your state personally, or however you define it, but is like the society that you're in or the lifestyle or whatever, where it would be consistent, right? Regardless of what the standard is, it would be consistent. Whereas again, most people don't really have standards, they don't really define them, don't really hold things accountable. It'll be just like an occasional pretense that they use, like, you know, to justify something, but then it's just selective, right? Selectively applied. And so there's going to be like 3 hours to like almost Connecticut border, then another 3 hours probably in New York, from like below Albany, I imagine, to into Albany, then back to Syracuse. Syracuse is actually a pretty good spot from that perspective of how central it is, right? Because like you could go, whatever, north to Canada, you could go to places like this, and then you could go to New York City, whereas New York City would be a little more awkward. You'd have to go a little further north, but oh yeah, let me do my review of Maine then, since we're kind of leaving it. What were my 5 criteria? It was like the population, the government kind of state, the economy, the general vibe of the people, but I think I combined that kind of with the government, and then the landmarks and the notables, and the kind of density of stuff that would be around. So like, you know, just how far is it to get stuff? So the population doesn't seem that good, especially considering the size of the state. There's a lot of empty areas, so I won't give it a point for that. The economy, I guess I won't give it a point for that either. It seems odd and underwhelming. Yeah, it's raining quite a bit. Which makes it even worse on top of the sound of the car. Harder to hear, but number 3 would be like the general vibe of the people and the government. Doesn't seem too bad, nothing really stood out, so I'll give that a point. Although some of the roads and stuff are garbage, like that logging route or something, but that's one of the funniest things I've seen. One of the worst roads I've ever been on. And then the 2 others, so it gets 1 point for that. Landmarks and scenery and stuff, I guess I'll give it a point for that. The Quaddy Head Lighthouse and the whatever, Acadia Park, which I didn't even see. And then we'll look at the last one, is the density. I'll give it a negative on that, so it'll get 2 stars. It won't get the density thing because everything is kind of spread out and whatever, so. Yeah, the measure versus like the projection of non-base itself, half mass, but it kind of makes you question something, not only the stimuli active preservation, like having children, but something else too. It's the fact that or in fact this messes up the GPS timer a little bit, because you are expected to go 70 and I don't always do that, so I actually end up taking longer than it says on this kind of road. But yeah, it's like, yeah, you're defining the measure, so like lack of credibility. The people will assume zero-sum means, but like that's projected as if to control people or reflects themselves what they value. But that's the thing. What if you really don't value that? It's almost like, oh, that's not allowed, or you're kind of projected like you do. Not just zero-sum means like what you need to survive, but the excesses, like just more whatever, luxury, convenience kind of thing. bread and circuses, relative comfort. It's like, what if you don't value that? What if you don't care about that? Right. So that's why, like, the concept of separation that I talk about, where, you know, it would be like, what? Where like zero-sum means would be zero-sum means. Okay, it's necessary to survive, but you wouldn't define yourself by it or take pride in it or anything like that. And then you would find a measure outside of that, because even people say, oh, somebody's doing something for money or whatever. But of all the things you could possibly do, right, the fact that you do that thing in particular is sort of defining. Right, there's a lot of things you could do, right, so there'd be some sort of other measure behind it or some other reason behind it. Right, like that discussion, you're like, your state is not an accident. It reflects certain things about who you are and what you value. So that's what people often realize, but they're kind of confused by it or pressured that, like, you know, that like money is the only thing that matters, but and it's projected like that's the goal of people, but who's to say that's actually the case? Because, right, that's often not what people value. If it was, they would probably get more money, because, right, like, would you really spend all day every day studying or all day every day working or doing whatever? But there is a second part of that too, where, like, you're only allowed to do but so much, and only in service of unqualified empirical authority, corporate monopoly type thing. So it's like, okay, you want to work all day every day, but to a large degree you almost wouldn't be allowed to do that, right? You have to do it within the permission of a controlled state, right? You're not truly free. And so one of the things that goes along with that is the fact that sort of the free variable nature of people inherently, right, being unconditional versus the kind of the curse of possession, right? You're controlled by your possessions. It's almost like the Tarzan type of outsider vibe that you can look at. And what that means is, it might seem like, oh, look at this uncivilized, you know, person or whatever, but it might not be that. It might be that it reveals your own selfishness and pettiness and materialistic nature. It's not that they lack the ability to do the things you're doing. Maybe they just don't care. They're not as vain as you. They don't care about appearances like you. They don't care about, you know, they were content. They were at peace with what, you know, with nothing, because they were at least free in nature, instead of, that's the trade-off of being in society and being controlled. So it's like, right, it's not that they lack the ability to do what you have, but that they don't care, they don't value it, they're at peace with less, they're not as petty or selfish or materialistic or vain, or value all these things that don't really matter, appearances and things like that. So that's what people miss, and it makes them almost feel bad themselves. It's like, oh, this person must be uncivilized, not that you're just indoctrinated into a consumerism sort of society that, you know, you're made to value certain things that you maybe just really wouldn't value on your own, that you wouldn't care about. So yeah, that's the curse of possession. Like, you'll be controlled by your possessions. The more you have, the more you're tied to them. You're tied down, you're tied to one place, you're tied to one person, like stimuli acting specification. You're tied to one area. Along with that come a lot of restrictions, a lot of rules, a lot of, you know, taxes, whatever. Like, so you're controlled by that. So the one who has no possessions or is a minimalist is more free, right, from those things. And so those things are used as a means to control you. And so they would have no incentive, they would have no projection, they would have no ego, they would have none of that, because they're at peace. They don't care, right? Whereas you're not. You're constantly looking over your shoulder, worried about others, like stealing what you possess, or you become kind of a slave to it. you're constantly insecure, you're constantly, oh, somebody's going to steal my partner, somebody's going to cheat on me, somebody's going to, so when you possess, you become a slave of that, right? You never feel like you're free. Whereas again, the one who just sees reality for what it is and is objective, they wouldn't be possessive, they wouldn't try to personalize and specify those things. And so now they wouldn't be so, paranoid about them, the insecurity, the projection, the possessive nature, right, that hierarchy of social contrivance. It's like amalgam theory, they would just value everybody equally instead of this specific initial kind of basis. Right, this competing socially for some gratification and whatnot. And so hopefully the weather clears up as we go. Let's just start off nice and relaxed. I'll just watch a couple of videos. The one channel I've been obsessed with lately is that Top Notch Idiots or whatever it is. And I know some of the pranks might be fake, or I saw something that once exposed part of it, but it's kind of like whatever. Some of them at least seem genuine. They use like pretty funny wordplay and stuff. Here, let me try it. Let's take a look here. This video is trending, the Livy Dunn's reaction to her boyfriend throwing a home run or whatever, pitching into a home run. So Cavs Knicks, I'll make a prediction. I don't think it's going to be a sweep, but obviously I think the Cavs will win one and then they'll lose Game 5, and then you got the OKC. I think that the Spurs will tie it at 2, and then they'll lose 2 in a row. A lot of talk about the refs and whatnot, but I want that video of mine to trend though, as the Knicks are going to the NBA Finals, even though they're not going to win. It's like, I made that video 5 months ago, and I think I said that much even before that, or whenever he went to the Knicks. But like, I was kind of disappointed at the Timberwolves. It's like, that video deserves to go viral because that's a good call, right? He changed life in New York. Not that he's the best player, but just like his impact is pretty big. He's helping take them to their first finals in a long time. Minnesota's not going anywhere, so he really changed the game. He really did, the way he said that. Like, Charles Barkley asked OG, what's your name? He praises OG and then takes his Gatorade. Yeah, it's like either he's doing that on purpose, some of the zesty voice stuff, or it shows you somebody who's like at peace with themselves, or doesn't care, doesn't define value by appearances, externality, social contrivance, performative aspects. that Austin Reeves story was crazy. He was playing like an MVP for part of the year. That just kind of was, I don't know, how did they not get farther than that? Or not at least win a couple games against OKC. Donovan Mitchell on Knicks is how Knicks fans are. I was one back in the day. Knicks are like one of those poverty fan bases in terms of whatever, full of themselves, like the Dallas Cowboys. He was even saying that they're going to be loud, or they're going to be a lot of fans everywhere because of the big city, but the teams kind of suck, right? They haven't won in decades. The Cowboys, the Knicks haven't won in forever, since the 70s. Like, bro. Or they're throwing some good shade at Taylor Swift, like, oh, his fiance, his girlfriend, they're not saying her name when she's sitting there. I actually don't even dislike Taylor Swift the way that people get mad about it. Like, she was very successful when she was young, right, at a young age, and just like, I don't know, I respect it. You got caught up in the ring culture and things of that nature. That's the thing. Even though Kevin Durant went to Golden State to win the championships, LeBron is more of a ring chaser than Kevin Durant because, well, I guess you can just judge that by the results, but still, like, going to Miami was clearly ring chasing. Going to Cleveland with, you set up the big three. Like, I can't blame you for doing that, but you are clearly chasing rings at that point. So yeah, let's see what kind of other topics we can get into. It's going to be a good stretch of the road for a little bit, and then it'll start to, you'll have to do a couple local roads or something for a while. It's like we're going to be going out of Maine now into, I don't know actually. Yeah, there's a certain principle, even with like my whole doing the absolute philosophy, is like something might seem obvious to you, right? Or seem basic to you, but it might be remarkable to other people. That's what like social media stupid stuff sometimes reveals. To you, it might not be a big deal, but other people will be amazed by it. It's like, sometimes you have to do it because nobody, like, it seems so obvious, but yet people clearly, evidently don't think like that. So like, let's look at social contrivance as a tool that will reinforce any state, no matter what it is, a collective mass of people. That's part of what normalcy or sanity or whatever is seen to be. It just means taking whatever state you're indoctrinated into by subjective, non-absolute, incentivized, ulterior motive driven, whatever, big government, corporations, like that society, which is imperfect and flawed, is to treat it as absolute or to reinforce it or to not question it, not point out its flaws or its contradictions, even though still being aware of them and having cognitive dissonance with them constantly. It's not to address them, it's just to overcompensate for them, distract from them, cope with them. So it shows you you're kind of selfish or you're controlled by that, the way that, it'll just take me into George Boston. Of course, the weather had to be like this today, man. Everything is treated as a false absolute default, even though it's outward, even though it's overextended, even though it's arbitrary, and it sort of shows you the things that people will value and how they react. The way they define value would be as arbitrary as the way you look at memes or something like that. Like the way that it's just something repeated a lot, it's just exposed a lot, doesn't mean it has any value to it. You wouldn't even know the value of it yourself or the meaning or the origin, right? It's just arbitrary, non-choice reaction, but no standard behind it, but you still value it just for sheer exposure alone. And like, let's look at a basic concept here that everything is a reaction to the same thing, like the same inherent reality or the same inherent tendency. So no matter what you do, you might define it individually, but even that has like a framing to it. So for example, let's look at folly, favoritism, fiction, and stuff like that. You might look at it like, oh, that's just fiction, that's just whatever. But it's not just whatever, there's a reason for it. Like you have to distract yourself from the cognitive dissonance of your contrived state, or you have to, it's a reaction to the fact that you're being sort of controlled and trained and tamed like an animal, right? The way that you're being put in a box and controlled in so many ways from your inherent potential, inherent freedom, inherent reality, truth. You're being put in that box in society, especially growing up. So it's like, oh, look at these kids playing video games, but you won't let them be free in nature and all, and hunt and fish for themselves or whatever it is that they might be able to do. You concede monopoly over nature itself to corporations and whatever you think is for their own good, their own protection, but you're forcing them not to be free. And every single thing they do has to be like within permission. You need your permission. You can't go outside without your permission. Like you see how heavily controlled they are, so that they're defined by their reaction to this unqualified, non-accountable, false, absolute, inherent, contrived state. Like all those things you're doing are outward and are like, all those things are outward, but you treat them like default, and then you define people by their reaction. But that's a false inherent contrivance response. So you can establish any state that you want without accountability. Indoctrinating people in youth, it could be China, it could be World War II, Germany, anything. You do that without accountability before people can think for themselves. And then there's no accountability back for it. Oh, that's your inability to cope with that contrivance state. Not that it's unqualified, that could have been anything then, right? That you were influenced to value. So the thing is that it says $4 here, but I don't think it actually was. I don't got it. obedience to a contrived state as easy and effortless and natural as possible, so that you don't question it. The way that, like, inflation, we're not going to tax you anymore, so that you don't have to agree with what we're doing. We'll just keep printing money and reduce the value of the money that you use, which acts as a tax. That way we can just do it without your permission even. Right, that kind of a thing. Or just everything is kind of monopolized in nature, so you kind of go along with that, but it was still driven by your own selfishness. Like, what if you, like, oh, so you can earn a piece of it too, you can get a piece of it too, but if it's still a flawed process, you might reject that basis. So it's not about, oh, you can get a piece of it too, it's that it's a flawed process that you don't want to perpetuate. So that, again, the false inherent contrivance response, non-accountable thing, right, that means validation. So that's the best way to just demonstrate something. If you gave people enough technology or power, like, resources, that's all, that would invalidate everything. So it's based on nothing more than that. The people who control you also are based on nothing more than that. So kind of where we entered the thing, I think, Kittery, when we first came into Maine, maybe. I think it's like a lot of lakes and by the water, and so it was kind of annoying to get around, and I couldn't really find anything. Yeah, it's like that false inherent contrivance response is telling, but also it's a situation where it's not really held accountable, and it also insists upon itself. And so, again, you're defined by your reaction to something that wasn't qualified in the first place. You might defer to some collective supposed wisdom or whatever, but you see throughout history that people don't really have that. They'll go along with pretty much anything. So so you're defined by reaction to that, right? So, but there's no accountability on the imposition of, like, exposing people to that in the first place. So you're kind of curating an outcome, right, without any credibility, really. And so a good one too. You want to get sliced up, top-notch gang. Piece of slice gets removed from the block. People trying to act tough in these everyday situations, but one time you are going to get shot or some shit for it, so I don't know what to tell you, but why is it acting like that's entering Maine, but it should be saying New Hampshire now. I guess we'll go into New Hampshire, but we won't really go there for long. We'll probably go then towards Boston. I say Boston like it's the state because that's all like really people care about with it. Yeah, Boston was pretty cool. Like, just there's a certain vibe it gives you that are like, you know, there's a lot of people there that opens up possibilities for a lot of things. So, but again, I wouldn't want to live in a place like that. But you can certainly, you know, work there, do certain things there. All right, so let's see what this is gonna do now. Might have to go on some local roads briefly, right, to connect to another highway, throughway. It's crazy that you can spend weeks doing this trip, but then it takes one day, not even one day, to go back. Yeah, I'm impressed with the Starlink a bit throughout this journey too. Like, just kind of what it's supposed to do, but it just, even in some remote areas, it works pretty good. That's often the mirror of the absolutist, that they can be neutral, or the minimalist even, neutral or objective. That reflects back the incentive of everyone else, so if they can private state. By being neutral, they will project their own incentive even if it doesn't apply to you. And then the absolutists as well will hold accountable fully the pretenses that they use, which they only selectively apply. So that's where you can invalidate the contrivance say either way. They'll project back their own cynicality or whatever, but oh, that guy just got cucked. I'm trying to let him go too. That fucker from the other lane fucked him off. If you look at the kinds of people or things that people have been ruled by throughout history, you see that the collective mass of people is a trained bunch of animals that have no credibility whatsoever. It's actually a negative thing. You might take pride in it in the moment as you're being trained yourself, but like the gratification, but it's like you know, social contrivance, all that is just a tool to control you. So they'll go along with anything, they'll be ruled by anything, they'll be blind to anything, right? They'll be complicit with anything, even to the point like, okay, if you were to look at now if you were to look at the machination process like modern AI or things like that, people are going to be ruled by that and then they'll regret it later. But it just is a talking point now, right? You could always be ahead of the curve, but why doesn't somebody ahead of the curve get celebrated for it, instead ridiculed? It's not because of the mass populace who are mindless sheep anyway. It's because of the powers that be that won't push it or they'll ridicule it, right? So, the Dixie Chicks were against the Iraq War, but they were ridiculed by the media because the media is corporate owned and in pocket with the government, and they wanted that to happen. Or, people talked about inflation long before, but it was dismissed, it's ridiculed. And now we're seeing the effects of it. Like, so you're letting reality be curated by this lens of false objectivity, pseudo-objectivity that has no credibility at all. And so, right, you're letting that sort of dictate everything. Music here, I guess. Like, we got to kind of space it out. I can't do too much Absolutist philosophy or it'll be overwhelming. But I gotta have more of like a clear idea of what topics I want to discuss. Let's look at the essence of self-control. It's like, okay, the minimalist could sacrifice everything, eat one meal a day and eat pick berries and like work as hard as possible. But then it's like, so what? For what? Just to be subject to an unqualified private state. It's like, they could do that, but why do that in service of contrivance? Like, they could do it and then be free on their own and live in nature, right? Why not do it then? But it's like, the contrivance state wants both worlds, like, oh, you should sacrifice and defer, but in service of that contrivance state, not just inherently to remove the need and be free. Sacrifice so that big corporations can right, like that's the framing of it, like tip. Oh, be nice to other people and tip them and tip your waitress so that this big corporation that makes millions of dollars can underpay its employees. That's why you should tip. Right? Whereas if you truly value people, okay, just give to charity or just, like, so it's skewed in a way as a tool, as a weapon to control you, right? People are used, especially throughout history and my corporation and stuff, as like human currency almost. That like, oh look, we have this nice old lady, and therefore you're going to reinforce an unqualified empirical monopoly over nature itself by a big corporation, globalist agenda. But oh look, the cashier lady was nice, so therefore, right, you use that as a prop. So it's like, oh, be nice to them, but them in service of what? I'll be nice to them individually as a person, not as this human function construct reduction of that contrivance state, that overextended, that they associate their identity with it, instead of the concept of separation, right, where you can be free of that. Okay. So the one thing is that, right, so just be weary of those things being used in service of contrivance, because otherwise it's just a general thing. It's like, oh, being nice to other people socially or whatever. But then, be nice to them just inherently, not as it pertains to their job or functional thing over extension. Or, that's why environmentalism will be used as a pretense to, like, oh, you should recycle or blah, blah, blah. Just so these big corporations that rule the world and ravage everything over the years to get where they are, so that they can save some money and so they can cut corners. Like, people will tolerate the machination process and defer to that. They'll hide behind it too, like, oh, the computer's malfunctioning or blah, blah, blah. But if you were just doing it manually, then they'd be more harsh on you. Or like, the owner of the store working themselves, they'll judge everything they do. Versus, oh, it's the owner's not there, so you give them benefit of doubt and then blame the cashier. And it's like, you're deferring kind of to the wrong thing, right? That and service of contrivance, and there's also an interesting concept about like the absolutist exertion aspect that I talk about, where, or like, the absolutists might look like they might lack performative aspects, or right. That's like one of the first ads we've seen on like a highway sign, two-way sign, is like New Hampshire lottery or whatever. Why are we getting ads here? We're getting ads on the thruway before GTA 6. Yeah, like the mass collective has to concede that they're all dumb and useless, that they have to be controlled and restricted in so many ways, instead of removing the need. Like, okay, we don't need that restriction because we're not going to do that anyway, or we're capable. It comes down to like, oh, your lack of ability, but you're gratified in a half-mad state, which makes no sense because you're being controlled by the potential of things, right? The potential of something bad happening, the potential of something wrong, harmful. You're controlled by the potential, by the, by your own potential, so you're just conceding to that. Your nature must be negative, or you're not self-aware, you're not in control of yourself, right, is what you're kind of acknowledging. People wouldn't want to acknowledge, but they somehow take gratification in the half-mad state, even if it's structure reduced and incredibly controlled. Yeah, why shouldn't everything be deeply thought about or fully aware? If non-thought is necessary, that's not credible, but instead thought is attacked as though it's the enemy. Like, oh, the privilege of contrivance, but like, you're a victim of it, you're subject to it, you defer to it, you're inhibited by it. contrivance has to cope and label and attack. So either they're too stupid to see it, or they're complicit with it, the contrivance state. And so it's like this framing of everything is false absolute, but like, yeah, the absolutists that I was talking about, they would exert themselves fully to a measure, etc. And so the result would be, oh, their appearance might not be that good, or oh, socially they might not be positive or upbeat, but like they let their actions speak for themselves, or they exert themselves that way. But then you'll judge them in that negative way. Like, you'll see the negative, like, oh, look, they're exhausted, or oh, look, their ragged appearance, or oh, look, they're not socially appealing to your ego, but their actions are actually something substantial, right? Or even the minimalist the same way. Like, you see that somebody lacks possessions or materialistic things, not that they're choosing not to value them, that they don't value them, that they're sacrificing them. You're instead looking at that as a lack of ability, not a difference of value and perspective, or even Massachusetts, now this should go like straight through, right, where we'll be here for a while. So again, how does the half-mass false absolute contrivance state, how does it discredit the minimalist? Like, oh, is it the minimalist lacks the ability to do something? Okay, how would the half-mass false absolute false duality contrivance state address some of these things? How would it address minimalism? It would say, oh, they lack the ability to do the false absolute, not that it is an absolute, not that they could prefer or choose something else or less or different, not even like a form of sacrifice, that, right, it's them being less selfish or petty or materialistic or possessive than you. Oh, it's that you're harder working. Oh, it's that you're more civilized or whatever. Not that they're at peace with less and they're choosing that, they prefer that. And also you'll kind of identify what it is necessary to reinforce the contrivance state, but like, oh, that, whatever is necessary socially, etc., to reinforce the contrivance state, but that doesn't make it credible. In fact, it's the opposite. Like, it's carefully curated in a way to make people feel comfortable with the indoctrinated control state that they're in. But it requires you not to think, it requires you to condemn thought, it requires you not to question things, not hold them accountable, inconsistent, selective, self-invalidating. It requires you to censor reality itself. You're not at peace with your own self, nature, the human body. You have to hide, stimuli, activate, control. You have to do all these things. And so it's not credible at all, right? The best way to present that is the thinking person would be mocked or ridiculed. But what the fuck? That was the most dumb shit changing of lanes I've ever seen in my life. Why the fuck did he have to do that? Like, just so he can hump the next guy's fucking ass. We could make a dumb driver compilation. Sometimes it's me too, where I like just don't give a shit, but I'm like slow or something, but about an hour in, so like 5 more hour drive. Obviously I'll take a break, fill gas somewhere. Hopefully like it'll be in New York shortly. I don't see how it can even be this far, because like we'll go through Massachusetts into New York, and then it's because it's not just from Albany to Syracuse. It'll be like from south of Albany, like, I think. Because yeah, Albany would go like into Vermont, so like we're a little south. But yeah, it's like, if you were to hold accountable, that's somehow your fault. So thinking is ridiculed. Not thinking is glorified through social contrivance. Emotion is nothing more than a rational system upon the self, bypass critical thinking and accountability. So it's more like how you can cope with your contrivance state, which doesn't give any credibility to the contrivance state, bread and circuses type thing. And then social contrivance, ego gratification, overcompensation, insistence, which is treated as the default, but it's an indication of a subversive state which has no credibility. And the reason why is because it wouldn't be it's not even an outward claim, it's accountability. It wouldn't be at peace with itself if it was fully aware, so you can't think. So you have to reduce your mind to a half-mass controlled thing, half-mass controlled state. And the reason why is because right, you have to be in an unthinking state. You have to treat certain things as default as part of it. So like this is kind of the inherent versus contrivance response thing. Oh, the state that you're in is sound and logical and consistent, and you're at peace with it, but you can't think about it. Otherwise, that's negative. You can't hold it accountable, or it'll be inconsistent. You have to constantly counteract it through social contrivance and framing to try to cope with it. You have to distract yourself through things that don't matter, don't have any impact on your life, like folly, favoritism, escapism. So with all of those prerequisites, sure, it can seem to be absolute, but like, worst thing people can do is treat themselves as credible. Look at the Sigma effect, look at human history. The best thing they can do is be a little skeptical and be aware of their own potential and the infinite objective mind, you'll never be at peace with the half-mass state. Your mind is infinite, it's objective, unlike your physical state that you're controlled by. If you're aware of the larger process, then you wouldn't specify it. That's how social contrivance is used as a tool to control you. So if you truly value other people, okay, then value amalgam theory, value every single one. Don't do your luxuries at the expense of somebody else, or potentially helping somebody else with their necessities. Why would you have children then if you care about other people, when you could adopt one who's already suffering or starving, or make life perfect for the ones who are already here? If you truly value people, you see a selective and consistent nature of it. Get a ticket for going too slow, below the 45. Do you know how slow you were going instead of, I've never seen that, but very rarely, like minimum speed signs and stuff. But yeah, like that's the burden of like being objectively aware of everything and your own potential and stuff like that. So it doesn't matter about zero-sum means or anything else. Or like even if you attribute that to like some privilege, like, oh, that's why you're able to be free to think because of zero-sum means. First of all, that's not even true. Because again, people require very little, they can tolerate very much. But even if there's an overlap, like it doesn't matter. Shouldn't that be the goal? Instead of, oh, we're going to conditionally not think because we're so caught up in half-mass functionalism, and use that even in the state of mechanization process, excesses, exuberance, conveniences, use that as a reason not to think, right? As a weapon to prevent thought, which functionalism often is done, but in a selective, inconsistent way, even for things that you don't need. And one of the ways that manifests is that about zero-sum means, it's like, what is the measure then after you have them, right? It's just a zero-sum thing. Now it becomes, though, about convenience as a reaction relief. So even we'll blame elitists, make them blame the middle class. We'll even do it to poor people because, like, oh, you're doing it in service of the same contrivance state that, that controls you and puts you in that position. It was all man-made, it's manufactured. So you're kind of dumb if you take it seriously because, how can you do that when you're doing it in service of the very state that's curated and manufactured in a way to control you and to pit you against other people so that you're competing against others at the behest of this contrived structure, unqualified empirical authority thing. So, oh, you can tolerate it, but should you? Compared to, again, not to even selfish, like some benefit. It's like the consistency qualification. Let them be free, even if it means, again, the minimalist inherent state. So, right, it's the unqualified basis to inhibit. It's taken for granted in service of unqualified monopoly. You can fight it out, you can try to compete and slice out a piece for yourself. But even what you're subject to when you're younger, on two counts, being indoctrinated by parents before you can think for yourself, but also being subject to a corporate monopolized world, whatever power structure established, before you're old enough to really impact that, before you're allowed to impact it, or before you're really even within reason able to, because, when you're 5 years old, it'll be like, oh, those things are established, so they're validated, but anything could be established then. You didn't choose that, you didn't create it. So So what credibility does that have? Yeah, we're in World War II Germany, and that's established. Like, that doesn't give something credibility. Like, Salem was kind of boring. There was nothing there that, you have to go there, I guess, near Halloween. Like, there was nothing there that would indicate anything kind of cool. But yeah, like, if you look at amalgam theory, topical basis versus hierarchy, incentives, the way that social contrivance uses a tool that way, which means you don't really value people, you value them in a dependent over incentive pretense way that, you know, plus of your own ego or some incentive. But yeah, like the idea that like thinking is somehow the privilege, or being objective is somehow the privilege, as if it should just be the point or the basic thing that defines people in the first place. Isn't that the goal? Isn't that the finality? And again, like even the supposed selfish thing, it's like you're comparing it to the potential inherently of people overall, or you're comparing it to like self-governance, or you're comparing it to the infinite objective mind that you can be aware of everything. So you would never be satisfied because everything is conditional. Like, oh, the only reason why this restriction, etc., is necessary is because people can't control themselves or some negative thought about them. So now you're trying to get to a state where you no longer need that, instead of just endlessly trying to overcompensate or account for it, right? Instead of just conceding that nature. So not only do you not want anything, you actually even want to just be free of the unqualified control and everything that you have. And the flip side of that is too that I don't think I'll have to go through Boston. It wouldn't really make sense, but I'll kind of go around it. Wait, Manchester was in New Hampshire, though, yeah. But no, like, everything is incentivized, hierarchy versus just inherent value, objective truth, which might seem boring or whatever, but it's just, it's the reality, and then from that decide what you want to do, versus the undue emphasis, egotism that's placed in a selective, myopic way to control and be controlled, right? That seems tempting, but it's just not. It's just disingenuous, right? And it's incomplete. Would you rather have true value and truth, or would you rather have some selective, myopic framing of anything endlessly, arbitrarily? Why not let reality speak for itself? And so been pretty good so far of a drive. Like, I don't know if we're gonna have to go on some local roads at some point, but it should be fine. Let's look at the concept of like the awareness of objective reality, or like everything, larger process, even just you account for, versus the insistence upon initial basis, yourself, your experience, or whatever, that's always going to be limited versus the awareness in a general sense of everything. Like, would you rather be aware of everything, or would you rather narrowly insist upon your own limited myopic experience? No matter what it is, it's still going to be limited. And like, oh, your experience within the contrived state somehow validates the contrived state that you wouldn't question no matter what. And in historical context, you would question those of the past, but through Massachusetts all the way, and then it's not really adding up in my head the exact distance of this trip. Like, let me look at it on the map, because like I don't fully understand. It makes some sense, but where are we going to end up in New York that it would still take that long? No, it's going to take me through Albany. That's weird. Huh. I don't know. I guess it just takes longer to get through the state than maybe I thought. So, yeah, it's like the objective awareness of everything where you at least account for it in the larger process versus insisting about something more myopic, like your own experience and whatnot. Okay, I'll just take a break for a minute from talking, and then we'll get into something else. But yeah, I'm trying to think like what else could I react to. I was gonna react to like a movie or something, but like the send help, I don't know if I want to do it right now, but like, yeah, the social contrivance ego basis is self-fulfilling. No thought, no accountability, no standards. I didn't see much of Massachusetts actually besides the Boston area, so we'll, I guess, see some of it now, but not quite in the same local kind of way. It's a nice big emergency lane that you got there. Which of these states would I say is my favorite of the whole thing? Maine and Vermont are too limited, even though I like certain aspects of them. Massachusetts I didn't see enough of. I did like Boston. New Hampshire was kind of in the middle. It had some good parts, like it's tough, I don't know. I guess I would say Massachusetts just because of Boston, but like Maine and Vermont have some nice qualities to them, but they're just too limited to really, right, there's not enough sometimes there. where like, oh, there's like 6 Walmarts in Vermont or something. Yeah, we see the truck right there, but like, it's just, you go like 40 miles without anything, right? Yeah, like the means versus the measure argument would be kind of like the way that, you know, it's a zero-sum process, so like it doesn't matter. So if you remove the need, then what's left? Whereas some people place false meaning in means, which is a bit of a trick and a trap to control them. It's also kind of like you're controlled at half-mast by an inherent thing that would just be a natural process that exists. So that framing is bad because you're being reduced to a half-mast state instead of being free. Right? You're taking something that's just a zero-sum process, and you're being controlled by it. You're struggling for something you don't want. You're being controlled by something you don't need. Everything is just arbitrary in that way of like, you know, how can we distract or overcompensate for something that doesn't really address the nature of the process. Oh, what a YouTube recommendation. I'm like looking for music to listen to, and it gives me this that I haven't heard in years. The Shining soundtrack playing in an empty hotel. That's like a clutch suggestion. I would have never thought to listen to that, but okay, so that means versus measure argument again is kind of like, you know, okay, you have the zero-sum means or you don't, but you do it in service of, like, what's the point of it then? Okay, pretend you had all the money in the world, then what do you do, right? What would you do then? What would you value? Or pretend you don't have any money, then what would you do? What would you value? Like, what is those two things are separate, right? Like, what is your basis of value that you have? Is everything otherwise is just reactive and zero sum. And so, how much can you overcompensate for the zero sum process that you didn't choose? Or how much can you, you know, engage in the hedonistic kind of overcompensation as well? But, you know, from a strictly natural and animalistic standpoint, it's like you're an animal being controlled by that. Like, oh, the reason why sex is pleasurable because it's nature's way of inspiring reproduction. So would you base your whole life around it and turn that into some false absolute and be controlled by it, or would you see it for what it is, and then it just is a natural part of life instead of insisting upon it, or even like, you know, oh, eating the sweet nectars of nature and stuff like that. You know, it's a natural process, but now you're defining yourself and being controlled by it instead of just being aware of it. So there's a false meaning in means that I always talk about. So if you take that away, now what value is there? And so that becomes a conflict of meaning with, like, you would just be free, you would just be inherent, but now it doesn't justify any sort of empirical structure which is going to control you and tell you what to do. And the reason why is because it can't assume your intent, right? Even if something's a zero-sum process, it can't assume exactly how you would want to address that zero-sum process either. Like, what degree of overcompensation and distraction of excess, exuberance, possessions do you really want, right? Because the state and the perspective are tied together. Like, again, maybe somebody's homeless because they don't value materialistic things. Maybe, you know, almost by choice, like they don't care. But that's how our modern contrived state defines value. So do you sacrifice your mind for your physical state, even in excess, even in exuberance? or do you sacrifice your physical state for your mind, or at least allow the two to exist separate from each other? Right? Do you reduce your infinite objective mind to your limited physical state, or do you do the opposite, try to do the opposite, which you really can't do, but allow them to still exist independently? Or do you let your state define your perspective, or your perspective define your state? A lot of human perspective is just impure reinforcement that way. About 4 hours, almost 5 hours still left. I'm trying to short it. But no, we'll stop somewhere in the middle to fill gas at least. I would say enjoy the view, enjoy the drive, but this is really a bad day to do it. Yeah, like there's this dissonance with people. If they're aware of the nature of a process, it makes it negative somehow, even if that's the truth and the objective reality. So part of the process requires them not to think about it or not to hold it accountable. Whether it be religion, like, oh, it'll be absolute, but you just can't think about it, or whatever else. It's like, right, so it's sort of a fallacy built in, that like the prerequisite fallacy of it's absolute, but this, right? But with that condition, that's arbitrary, because, well, you can do that with anything then, because you have to not think about it, you have to not hold it accountable, etc. That's like the bread and circus's coping mechanism of the modern person. It would be all about distracting yourself, overcompensating, even to a degree that you might enjoy, or whatever, but none of that validates the specific private state that you're in or that you're subject to. Right? So you're kind of bypassing critical thinking or accountability, especially in youth. Like, you're indoctrinated in youth before you can think for yourself, and then from there it becomes a series of overcompensations and distractions. But what I have an expression like qualify the state, or qualify it first. It was never qualified. There was never actually a reason for it. Right, even outside of the conditional, like, well, we don't trust human nature, so therefore we have to control people, but that doesn't justify the specific state, and even that's kind of arbitrary, because what if that doesn't apply to you? Like, the human nature in general is assumed to be a negative, but what if you wouldn't do anything negative, or you've never done anything negative? So you're just being controlled on the mere potential of it. Right, oh, that people could potentially do something wrong, so you're like guilty until proven innocent, right, just by human nature alone. And that same human nature is ignored or not held accountable, for people in a position of power by the same logic that they wield that power to hold others accountable, even who haven't done anything wrong. So you're subject to a lot of restriction that way. So that's where even, bread and circuses, machination, overcompensation, convenience, technology is used as a pretense to control people in the manner that, like, because of this excess technology, exuberance, convenience, we're going to control you on the basis of it. But then the minimalist solution to that would be, just don't do it then. We don't need it then. Reject all those things that you're controlled by. But because it's convenient, hedonistic, you'll tolerate it, right? Bread and circuses that you're ruled by, so one of the other topics with that is, again, just the potential. The potential of people is that they could self-govern. The potential of people is that they wouldn't need any sort of empirical structure, but instead people take pride and gratification in a half-mass reduced state. Right? It's one or the other. Will you be open to your free, full self-awareness and potential and be thinking and objective all the time? Right? Will your potential be unlocked, or will you allow yourself to be reduced to a half-mass state where you're being trained basically like an animal, and then now it becomes about constant overcompensation for that state? But that state wouldn't be necessary if you had ability, or if you had ability, potential, or self-awareness of thought, or whatever. You wouldn't need that then. So you can't be your free, full, self-aware, objective self. Potential realized. You have to be reduced to some lesser state, a half-mass human function, as I call it. So if you reduce yourself that way, now the contrived state seems to have some merit, but just allow your potential to be erased, allow your mind to be reduced to an initial minded reactionary thing, and then now you're not free, but now you'll somehow be able to cope with the contrived state, versus being aware of your potential, holding accountable, your infinite objective mind, your variable nature and potential. Instead, people take some trained gratification in that half-mass state that's only necessary to be controlled as a mass collective. That doesn't even serve a purpose, because it's like you'll feel some pride or gratification in that, like being normal, but that just means you've been exposed to the same indoctrination, or you've been trained the same way. That just means you're easier to control, but you'll take gratification and pride in it. And the point is that state wouldn't be necessary if you really were positive nature, because it's only being used to control you, assuming your negative nature, or even like the way that your lack of ability, your lack of will is also used to control you. So that's the weird way that people are gratified in mass, is like you're not really thinking, you're kind of just, mindless sheep, and then you're taking pride and gratification in that half-mass controlled trained state, never reaching your full potential, never objectively being self-aware and thinking. Like, why shouldn't that be the natural state, to be thinking about everything all the time and be aware of it? Why shouldn't you do that? Right, that's what makes you a human being, is the ability to think. So, but instead it's supplanted by social contrivance, where that's just used as anti-thought to basically cope with the contrivance state and the cognitive dissonance, subversive nature. And the whole irony of the half-mass gratification too is you would condemn the same basis that created the circumstances around you anyway, like force or empirical basis, but you'll go along with the ones that were already established, but you wouldn't make new ones yourself, right? So you react rather than creating it. You would condemn the way it was created, but you still go along with the results of it. So, if some absolutist type behavior happens and then it creates like an empire in the past, you'll go along with the results of it, but you wouldn't do it yourself, right? You wouldn't create it yourself. inherent basis. It requires certain vanity. But if you're aware of the nature of a process and you operate on the true value basis, it wouldn't come down to your myopic perceptions of that, because it would be about the same standard behind it. So everything is just playing on the inherent, either revealing it, either reacting to it, overcompensating from it, distracting from it. But that's the problem, is like, when people search for meaning in something, it's actually them searching for the basis of the contrived state that they've been exposed to. Like, it was never qualified. You're an animal and you've been trained like an animal your whole life, and that's really all it is. So you can cope and gratify with that, but none of that is an actual adequate answer to anything. So the real point would be to be free and not to be restricted, but instead false absolutes are posed to control you in a half-mass state. Social contrivance will be like anti-thought. It'll be a tool to reinforce any state, no matter what it is. So it really has no credibility. What is this? Same discussion of potential there. It's like the potential of that you realize people's potential is so limitless. Anything you can imagine, people can potentially do. So it's not about their ability, it's about their will, and the difference in measure. Like, it's, oh, why couldn't everybody just do blank? It's not that they lack the ability to do it, it's that they wouldn't want to do it. They would rather just value themselves instead of something else. But again, on that same potential basis, you'd be like, not Foxborough, Boxborough. I wonder if that's a mistype or if that's actually just a different place. If Tom Brady was a boxer, it'd be Boxborough instead of Foxborough, huh? The thing is that the potential would kind of guide you, because you would never be at peace with anything that makes it all conditional. But instead, people are trained kind of to the point of being giving up of objective inherent value. They just kind of give up and concede to the contrived state, and now it becomes a matter of overcompensating for it, which means you're still not at peace with it, but you're kind of just, you're reacting to it instead of addressing it directly or being aware of it. There's Harvard, but shouldn't it be Cambridge? Because that's where Harvard is. That's what people kept telling me. Some guy kept talking about it. I don't know what he was talking about. There was some shooting there or something. Maybe about 25% of the way there, I guess. one thing at least is it shouldn't really crash unless the battery runs out or something, but it shouldn't crash on account of the heat, overheating the way with the sun and everything that it's been doing lately. False value in the collective and overextended nature of things because, like, the way that in the way that like value from other people, which is just like an egotistical basis. So something is more, it's kind of like if the tree falls out and nobody's there to hear it, doesn't make a sound, that kind of mentality. If there's more people involved in something, it's more valuable. If not, it's less valuable. But it seemed to be a credible basis, but there's no standard behind it then, right? So an objective standard is less valuable because it's just, oh, one person is aware of it or holds it versus, you know, versus a number of people do something, which could be the way that, again, people are used as like human currency to some regime or some corporation. Not only does it not have credibility, but it's a way to kind of force something through or create like a herd mentality that has no thought or no accountability to it, as opposed to the human variable. So you could use kind of ex post facto justification and say, well, but look at the technology and the state that we're in. First of all, what if that state could have been better? Who knows? But also, it's not necessary or doesn't justify anything about that. It's like a means to an end basis, but everything as being over kind of compensative reactive thing, so like it's not inherently valuable. Everything would be a reaction, so those reactions are treated as default and just a part of the contrivance state, as just like a fact of life, not that they reveal something about it that would hurt the credibility of everybody involved and not give credibility to a false, absolute, outwardly insistent basis, but it's never held accountable in the first place. Right? It's not like, oh, this state that you're in was arrived at through logic and reason, and no, it wasn't. It was done by force and then ex post facto justification, right? Bypassing critical thinking, exploiting certain things, but the same thing that people value, if they're aware of, it would give them cognitive dissonance, or it's about some personalized basis, dependent over standard pretense, or it's about the framing over compensation. Right, so the point is the arbitrary nature of something where it's anything but absolute. And then implicit fallacy is kind of what I was talking about before. If you're just neutral and you let reality speak for itself, then what? Then people would evidently be uncomfortable with it themselves, even the people who are indignating system on that contrived state. It's easy to be passionate about something when you don't think about it, like full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, versus, oh, you're objective and aware. Then you wouldn't select out one thing. It would just be equally arbitrary, not absolutely exclusive to everything else. And so, right, that's the situation where should all be main roads, right? Like, this one wasn't too bad. But yeah, like, even the putting a person in a box thing that I was talking about before, you'll do that, like, when somebody's younger and whatnot, right? And then you'll define them by their reaction to it. But it's like, oh, we put an animal in a cage, and then we wonder, why is it trying to break out? We put a human in a home, and even if we overcompensate to try to make up for that, you're inhibiting their natural freedom and inherent infinite objective mind and potential and everything. So it doesn't matter about the overcompensation. It's an unsound process to a thinking being, right? It just doesn't work. That cognitive dissonance is there, but we frame it that way, like put them in that situation, you define them by their reaction to it, but then you'll see, like, some people kind of freed by even that. They defer to the indoctrination in youth, they defer to the monopoly over nature itself, all that. But then, like, oh, folly, favoritism, distraction, reaction, they find more truth in fiction than in reality, or it acts as a way to free their mind, actually, when it was meant to be a way to distract and control them. And so it ends up being hold on. Okay, now another 20-mile stretch. But no, you put people in that situation, and then you define them by the reaction, but then some people escape the matrix in that way anyway. Like, oh, you were meant to distract them with that after they've already been controlled in every other meaningful way. So now what? You won't take accountability for that unqualified contrived state, and you won't even take responsibility for distracting them in that way. Instead, you'll frame it in a different way as part of a natural thing, like oh, this subversive distraction is just normal, instead of it's a reaction to a subversive unqualified state. And that would somehow hurt the credibility of people, that they themselves value it, that they force it on others, or use it as a tool to control others. So you try to use, like, it's like when parents complain about technology or something with their kids. Well, you're the ones who use that technology to control them. You liked it when it was distracting them or whatever. So you're training them like animals, and then you want to complain about your own method of doing so. So the fact that it's necessary, the fact that it's a subversive state, would indicate that people have to distract themselves with that. So instead, people take it seriously at face value, like, oh no, that's just entertainment, that's just escapism. Not that it's in service of a contrived state, distraction, subversion, that's necessary in a way that really wouldn't be credible otherwise. Right, like, why should that be necessary if it really is a credible state? And then part of that also comes back to the simple fact that somebody might find more truth in reality than that, like in fiction, than in their supposed reality. Like, so if it opens their mind, you'll blame that as an influence or dismiss it. It's the only thing they're allowed to see freely. So that's like the attribution fallacy. True value can only be found in fiction because you're not allowed to tap into it otherwise. The truth otherwise would be censored, or your potential would otherwise be inhibited. So you can only find it in fiction and polyfavoritism, and then, since it's in fiction, it'll be attributed to that, or it'll be discredited. Not that it just reflects and reveals, as only anything else can do. It just reflects and reveals aspects of reality and human nature and the world, right? That's all it can do. So it doesn't matter what it comes from. It matters that, it reflects that about the world or yourself or whatever. So the attribution of polyfavoritism is there. One of the other aspects with that is the fact that it's like easier to overcompensate for and reinforce the contrived state than to face it. But they do face cognitive dissonance with it too, so they can't think about it. And if they did, they shoot the messenger. If they're made aware of it, they would have issue with it themselves. It has to be overcompensated for, distracted from, relative comfort spread in circuses. The one thing I'll say with that too is the fact that basically you find more truth in fiction than in reality because it's not censored and because it's not, it's the one thing that's sort of allowed to be free. But instead it'll be discredited then, like nothing else is allowed to be free or your full potential or true in the real world. But then, but see, now this person engages in polyfavoritism or whatever, so that discredits it. But it doesn't discredit it, it's the only last outlet or refuge that they have to do that true value, potential, or freedom that they otherwise don't, that they otherwise aren't allowed to, or not, nothing else allowed. So again, that way of escaping the matrix through polyfavoritism, because only there can you be free, only there can you see your potential, only there can you see the truth, right? Only there can you be somewhat free. And then you realize much of reality is just your imagination anyway. We're in this with the larger process. Instead of being controlled by externality, half-mast initial framing, the people who are unaware of the nature of the process, then they're controlled by the way it's presented to them, rather than addressing the nature of the process itself. So whenever in doubt of a contrived state, just personalize everything like, oh, it's that person's fault or whatever, instead of an accountable standard. Again, inability to do a false absolute. Like, you are aware of the nature of the process, but it'll be specified and personalized. But again, there was one more point with that I was trying to say, like, the non-required desire thing is like, oh, you wouldn't do something like social contrivance, but you don't require it of others too. You're just surprised they take it seriously or are disappointed by it, so you can kind of dumb it down for them, but then you realize, like, like, so that's where it would be fake, because you're playing dumb instead of actually being dumb, but they would rather you do that, so they're not aware of the nature of the process. But okay, let me try to explain that folly favoritism thing again, though. The point is that, again, the same tools that parents would use, like, to control their children, for example, folly favoritism, escapism, whatever, now they become a tool to free you as well. It's like, okay, you're doing that, and you realize the artifice of contrivance by doing it. They'll be like, oh, you're desensitized, not just that your mind is open, right? And the only way it could be, because everything else is restricted. So they try to control you and distract you that way, but instead you see more truth in fiction than reality, or you reveal certain things that way, or even just like being alone and being free to think, right? Then nothing can stop you from seeing the objective reality of something. So in a way that's meant to control you and distract you from the way, the contrivance state, you actually go inward, and now it's like, now you develop that as a like, it was meant to be, okay, a distraction to control you better, but instead now it turns into an active form of freedom in your mind, because it's like, now, oh, you were left alone, and now you could think when you were younger, and you did that, okay, maybe to cope with the contrivance state, but now it's like, now you'll be valuing thoughts over the physical state, because you realize their full potential or the nature of a process. So whenever you attribute something to a specific or an influence, you'd be like, oh, well, that's just human thought, this is the reality coming out. Okay, let me take a break and watch some video or something. That was a legendary Suggestions poll, though. This Shining soundtrack played in the empty. I've seen it before a long time ago, but I totally forgot about it. 2.8 million views. Oh, man. Yeah, just remember, people feed the corporate giants or whatever that rules them, and they'll do it until then they'll regret it later, but they won't be aware of it actively. So people are always reactive. They wait till the tipping point. They have no measure. They have no sense of value of what they do. They have pretenses. They have half-assed gratifications. They don't have a real standard. They're very reactive that way. See, like, children are reactive that way, but adults and everybody don't realize that they are too. Like oh shit, my thing died. Like, people don't, what? How can the battery be low on both? Oh, you know what? I'll try that. I've got way too many of these. Holy shit. Okay. Now it. Or here's like an interesting concept that I always had, like, oh, people only care about certain people when they're dead, that they try to use them as like a prop or like token gesture thing, but right, they would have never mentioned them their whole life, and now when they're dead they'll just use them as some token thing, or they would have even gotten in their way of doing what they're trying to do, but now they'll pay lip service to it when they're gone. Okay, let's see. Is this thing working or what? Oh yeah. Hopefully this should have more battery. Let me double check the audio of my stream too, because sometimes that phone will pick up the Bluetooth thing too, which can mess it up. But let me see. Yeah, like people would rather overextend in a zero-sum way, right, with excesses and exuberance and machination process, than to qualify the state inherently, objectively. What I was saying before, though, like the same thing that was used to control them, they take refuge in thinking, let's say, and then that frees them from the control instead of, you know, distracting them and reinforcing it, because it frees them of it, because now they value thoughts more than the physical state. Now they see through the contrivance state that was used to control him. But that's like the opposite interpretation concept. Even by trying to control people a certain way, they can find freedom in that form of control. And so, right, like again, polyfavoritism, they see more truth in fiction, or even the other way, like like taking refuge in thinking and thoughts and stuff. So if they're distracted by that, reveal to them. It was meant to be, okay, that's them being controlled and reacting to it. But now it reveals to them the nature of contrivance. That now they'll always be aware of that, and they'll never take it seriously, or right, they'll see through it, basically. But again, that's how the mass of people are controlled very easily. It's like more like again, like the bread and circuses issue of just give up, concede to the non-value subversive state, and now it's becoming about distraction, overcompensation, ego, appeal. But there's no credibility then behind it to have any sort of empirical structure, whether to control you or to outwardly just control others. I feel like that's something I've seen very little of, is Outback Steakhouse. Isn't that supposed to be more common? I'm getting an ad for Visit New Hampshire, but bro, I literally just went there. But yeah, it's like the difference of being free in nature, inherently anything, versus like the permission. Oh, you have to go to a special place, and now you can be free, or now you can appreciate that only on a vacation day, only in a certain area. That now you'll have to buy tickets or like get permission to go through or something. Like, you can't just be free inherently. That might really be what people seek, but they do it as a placeholder. You need permission, you need a special place, right? Like, so even your contemporary freedom is conditional, and preconceived things that people are controlled by shows you their lack of credibility, just your exposure or whatever. So people are very wait, what? People are very impressionable and stuff like that, right? And so what happens is, yes, as children we are, but even as adults, like, even what we value, even if we sort of do it ironically sometimes, oh, we'll be talking about Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl, or oh, we'll be doing the 6-7 stuff. Again, even if we do it ironically, it's still right, adults and everybody's impressionable whether they realize it or not. So you should be aware of the nature of the process, what influences you, what curates, reacts, controls you. There's no standard. It's the egotistical, arbitrary, incentivized thing. So when neutrality or objectivity meets an incentivized state, right, that reveals it. So it's like, oh, the inability to do it, not that you don't want to do it, not that you don't value that, or you're not vain, or something that way. 114 miles now on this, which I don't know exactly where that's going to take me, but that presumably should almost be into New York. Yeah, that should be New York or Albany. Yeah, somehow thinking is a bad thing versus objectivity. Whereas when something unconditional meets something that is incentivized, it has to project its own incentive to justify itself or to control or influence that. Otherwise, it's exposed for what it is. Influence, externality, but it's really just a reflection of the inherent. Like I talk about trauma that way. Like all that can happen is you have reality revealed to you in one form or another, greater parts or whatever. So it can only reveal the nature of something to you. Right, it can only reveal the nature of reality to you, so it doesn't really matter what the experience was, but people try to attribute it that way. But if you're aware of that nature of the process, then why does it matter? They try to personalize it. What if you're aware of everything or objective? Right. So they see things in their own contrivance terms. Classic example, the asexual using limerent siphons. Am I right that you clearly wouldn't know? It's projected onto them, the stimuli acme. And it's also reveals it in others, but it'll be personalized in false duality to reinforce. Like even not practicing the contrivance state is used to reinforce the contrivance state by saying, oh, that's somehow bad, it's their fault, they lack the ability to do it, label them as absolute, and Emperor has no clothes, it's their fault for not doing the absolute, when really it's only necessary to control through gratification, ego gratification, the collective mass of people that are controlled in that way. Right, because you're a half-mass collective of trained animals, but how are you controlled by your own ego? It's a false absolute, it's love, it's meant to be, that's how you specify stimuli acme, or, whatever it is, like, appeal to your ego to control you, nearness postulate, non-choice reaction, indignant insistence, let's take another concept like indoctrination of children isn't innocent, and it has subliminal themes to it that you might not realize, like where you're conditioning people in a certain way. Like, why are girls taught to play with dolls and stuff? You might think, oh, that's what they naturally want, but there's really no such thing as that, right? In nature, who says that a female, growing up is gonna, they want dolls? There are no dolls. Dolls don't exist in nature. Like, these are all human-made things. So, like, we train people a certain way, and then it reflects what we're ultimately controlled by or how we define each other as adults even. So, like, people are lacking credibility there. It's like, because society has that view of women, now we're going to associate them with things like that even when they're young, which is, it's like a self-fulfilling fallacy. That's not how they naturally inherently are, because people are variables. There is no inherent clear definition of what people would do or value. It's impossible to say that. So now let's see if I can make it to Albany, and then we can take a break there, maybe. one of the other things to consider is the fact that a lack of value or measure. So you're more concerned about your own ego, overcompensation, of coping with the contrivance state than actually qualifying it. So much so that you would sell out yourself and your mind to it. And social contrivance, again, is a tool that could reinforce anything it serves as, like, anti-thought base, basically. You're trained to defer to something, and then it's like, oh no, now it's somehow that you can't think for yourself or do something yourself, but you're the one, or society is the one who is forcing you to defer to that, and like, okay, you could do whatever you wanted, but you're not, because you defer to it, so like, you didn't necessarily have to do that. Cognitive dissonance conflict, even of the absolutist, would be that, like, it's not about the zero-sum thing. It's about the measure, and the fact that people don't even care about that or don't even value that, which means they can be controlled in any way. Versus the self-actualizing from an inherent-based state. That's how the absolutists would define an era. They wouldn't have children. They wouldn't preserve the stimuli. They would vouch, until they vouch for the state. There would always be that accountability. There would always be self-actualized from an inherent-based state. So it wouldn't matter where you are. It wouldn't matter what the circumstance is. But you always have a collective mindless mass of people who go along with it, don't think. They self-create their own oppressors. They preserve the state. They use that as false validation. Like, oh, this is necessary for the mass number of people that we created ourselves, that we, we're doing it for our children, to rationalize anything. Right, so there's no standard behind it. Keeps looking like it stopped raining, but then as soon as I stop, you get a little drizzle on there. The fuck? Springfield, Albany, New York City. Definitely not doing that this time. There's a couple interesting perspectives with seeing new places. It's like everything kind of looks the same in this globalist corporate kind of world, and you're aware of the larger process. No special meaning to you there. Right, it's the same stuff everywhere, McDonald's, this and that. Versus you could find beauty or value in anything, even the same old thing. Right, so looking at the same thing different ways, or different things the same way, you can have that perspective either way. Like, but miles wise, it wasn't actually that bad of a trip if you really think about it. Like, you can go across the whole U.S. in like one oil change, like 3,000-ish miles. It's really not that big of a deal. Assuming you're just going one point to the other, but I mean, even if you stop along the way. But that does make a big difference. Every time you go and stop into town, every time you go on local roads, it definitely adds up to that. Yeah, you have to distract yourself and not think, and so therefore your state is not credible, but you'll still insist upon it. Okay. straight shot, 100 miles to Albany. That'll be like the halfway point. Why did I feel like that was more like 2 hours-ish from Albany to Syracuse? This is treating it more like 3. Yeah, be aware of that social conditioning, engineering, the way that that would be also like an absolute subjective mindset. It's like they wouldn't want credit or it would want it to be about them or ego or money or anything. They would just want the objective reality to be acknowledged by people and then therefore not be inhibited on the basis of fallacies that result from a lack of objectivity. So they would want that understanding, but instead everything's personalized. But yeah, like also the finality definition I can give you, like in a moment of finality or value that way, you would see the artifice that you're controlled by that doesn't even serve a purpose. So things that are harmless you still can't do, things that serve no purpose you still do, things that are functionless you still do. Right, so you're just controlled for the sake of being controlled. There's no real standard behind it. In a finite zero-sum existence, you're just controlled, period. Yeah, like are people's state defined by their own choices and thoughts, or are they done in reaction to the contrived state that they're subject to? It's treated as a false absolute inherent, not accountable. So you'd rather have one free person who can be their free objective potential aware self instead of the half-mass human function contrivance and mass collective overextension symbiotic preservation that has to hide from their own shadow, has to everything be sensory reality, not at peace with their own self, natural naked body, whatever. They're not self-aware. They have to reduce their mind, their being to half-mast to cope with the contrivance state. So you'd rather have this half-life. best example of how to invalidate a contrived state is just freedom, objectivity, thought, means, resources, option, standard. So a good example is stimuli specification. We go past generations, we would have met our love of our life at the local school, diner, job, versus, you have all these options, dating sites, things around the world. It's like, that doesn't help your case, because that just means you have more options, which invalidates, again, like, desensitized. It invalidates the way in which you're otherwise controlled, right? It reveals that it's not absolute. Sometimes YouTube recommendations will do that. They'll just keep kind of repeating the same thing over and over, though. That's the problem. Whether you do watch it or you don't watch it. So you're always in a constantly inhibited state, and that's treated as a default, and you're defined by your reaction to it. You can certainly overcompensate for it, but does that really validate the contrived state? It validates you within the contrived state, but it doesn't get to the finality of it either. Like, you do that, but then so on. So everything is conditional the other way. Instead of contrivance being conditional, your freedom is conditional. Your freedom from contrivance is conditional. So it's a self-created, selfish hierarchy, because it's a net negative. Human beings have infinite objective mind, have immense potential, and you had the whole world and nature itself. Everything is a reduction of that we've sort of there's an absolutist measure concept that either they're always pursuing a measure fully, or they'll see that there is no measure, then you'll pursue zero-sum means or whatever, absolutely, or minimalism, be free of them. So either way, you wouldn't be in a half-mass state, because either there is a measure to pursue fully, absolutely, or there isn't, then there's no basis of structure and control, as false absolute pretense are often used. Placeholder basically for the human ego, the way that religion is used there. But no, a human perspective is often impure and incentivized bias to reinforce the state. Like, everything is the same measure of the process, whether you're peace with that or not. Subversive state requiring constant overcompensation. This is a non-true value state, but it's indignantly insistent upon in a half-gratified form. So everything's personalized, ego projected instead of a standard inherently. That's the best finality to accept, is that base of value, like, if you try to be free temporarily, see what it would be like just temporarily, and that would invalidate your contrived state, or like how you wouldn't be allowed to, how much society would stop you, twist its rules that are supposedly for protection or benefit to just, oh, you can't be free, you can't be self-sufficient, and that, you know, you have a true base of value, you're someone you love is dying, oh, you can't break the speed limit though to go save them. It's like all those things that are seemingly valuable in the face of true value would kind of fall apart or show you how much you're controlled. So the assumption, the standard assumption, is a non-value state. Well, nothing you're doing is that important anyway, right? But that's not the point. It's a zero sum. Does it serve a purpose or not? Is it sound or not? Instead of, oh, well, just everything you do is unimportant anyway, so just deal with this unqualified subversion. Right. Everything would be taken in a false reality contrivance way. Like, even what I'm doing now is like, oh, doing it for a certain reason, but the long form postulate doesn't really abide by that. There's too much that you're doing that, like, oh, it's just because of blank label, right? Which is exactly what the long form postulate exists to counter. It's not about the individual, it's not about the self. You can just be a vessel of thought and objectivity, which, so other people won't do it themselves. They won't be objective or think critically and be aware of the nature of the process that controls them. But they'll even attack the person who is objective and personalize and be like, oh, they're doing it because of blank reason. But okay, you're only not thinking to cope with the contrivance state that you're in and how you're indoctrinated, versus they are thinking despite that. And then, oh, like the incentive, like, oh, because they want to not be inhibited by the unqualified contrivance state, assuming that to be absolute. But like, yes, they want to be free. That's their incentive. Or they don't want to be inhibited by something that doesn't serve a purpose, or that isn't absolute. That's just a conditional contrivance that they're trying to remove the need for, ideally. Right, that conditional nature of it. Okay, I'll stop here for a second because I just I had some other food. I'll take a minute to eat. We're pretty much at halfway point, though, I think. Well, not quite, but... Oh, man. Yeah, like even in the observation of a process that people are controlled by, they'll reinforce. They'll be like, "Oh, it's the inability to do that absolute thing." Yeah, like how the appearance of freedom has to be condemned. Keep right. Oh, I didn't see when he said that. Bro's backseat, gaming my driving. The appearance of freedom has to be condemned because of how controlled people are, basically. Right, not any standard, or even by the same measure of pretense that people have. Yeah, like people aren't credible as individuals, as collectives, as authority figures. Look at the stigma effect. So when you personalize, it doesn't really accomplish anything. Look at the idea, not the individual. You have to hide your awareness or whatever. It'll be projected as negative, even if you're just aware of the nature of the process. It shows you there on it, please, for that. So yeah, like it would be the inability to do the false absolute, not that it is an absolute, so it comes down to the form, appearance of it. But even like the artifice that people are controlled by that they take seriously. there have functional incentive versus the objective inherent. There's outward, false default, excessive. That shows you like non-basic value, inherent hedonistic thing. Stuff of animals is how people define value, stimuli, acme. The functional basis is arguable, but it doesn't apply there because, like, to create a family system easier to control, but people would have cognitive dissonance with it themselves if they're aware of that, so they pretend to be controlled by their own gratification. How about you be aware of everything and then do it? Because either way, with the false absolute, then you'll be fighting against the fact that it's not absolute all the time. No credibility to outward insist. or even like the way that you could use the ego basis, whatever, as a tool to reveal the nature of contrivance, but doesn't have to define that. But it's like, if people consider objectivity impossible, but then there's no credibility to control them. It's all conditional, not held accountable, myopic framing, right? Rule by omission. Okay, let's look at the concept here. The non-require desire, indignant insistence, like you're never at peace with the contrivance state, and overextension versus peace, neutrality. So oh wait, shit, I forgot. I have to do this too, and the thing will crash now. Let me make a mental note of those things. The indignant insistence, or attention, experience, and the or attention versus experience, and non-required desire. How Okay, so just use the bathroom, fill the gas. I kind of forgot about the gas. I was just going to. Actually, I wasn't going to do either of those things. I was going to just stop somewhere so I could eat my little noodles I had in my car before they go bad, and then stop again. Indignant insistence through semiotic preservation, not that should create accountability, or not that should hurt your credibility, right? That it's somehow truly value people, you wouldn't flippantly overextend it like that, or even the way that versus full value, you would rather experience or have more things than to fully appreciate or value each one, right? So you'll struggle for things you don't want, you'll be controlled by things you don't need, you'll be, kind of have more things that you can ever really appreciate. So you get lost in kind of that overcompensation of possession or some egotism, because the value doesn't really come from those things, because you have so many you don't even really appreciate. You do everything halfway, and so now you're racing ahead to try to do the next one. Dr. Seuss Museum. You'll race ahead to try to do more things instead of fully appreciating the ones that, every single thing that you do. Same way that you overextend stimuli preservation, like that you would like you would rather have more of something than a full value of something, full experience, full awareness, even though it comes down to that anyway, that it's not just a raw zero-sum count, but you would perceive it that way. So part of that is the fact that, again, so like, how do you control somebody who doesn't require or desire something, non-ego basis, non-materialist, not anything, but yet they're still subject to control based on those things, so they have to be projected, assume intent, inability to do a false absolute. So if you're aware of everything and you pursue it in a way, absolutist kind of measure, people project their own self-interest, or that it's about them, or something like that. They won't actually see the nature of the process itself. Part of the conflict, even with the false absolute zero-sum functionalism, would be, so that's a disingenuous vouching through the overextending, preserving the stimuli acme. Everything's like reactive about reinforcing the perception of the contrivance state. So it comes down to you, but not. Comes down to the individual, like, oh, you revealed it, so that's your fault, or you didn't overcompensate for it, so that's your fault. or the fact that people are even taken in by it, or that that would be necessary. Is that really the Basketball Hall of Fame is here? I thought I saw it on the other one, but what a random place. Like, why is he here? Even the same way I was talking about, like, the absolutist rejecting overcompensation because it's in service of the contrivance state. In the same way, they would reject general everything, like, that way from others. That way they don't need the collective contrivance state, period. So, that overextension. Because you don't really need them, you can be free of them, you can do it yourself. But then you would still decry the nature of the process. I thought it would clear up a little bit. It has to be rainy the whole goddamn way. So yeah, we got about still 3 hours left. This song I've been obsessed with lately, the On the Nature of Daylight or whatever, which is featured in a movie, I guess, that I've never seen. That's obviously Arrival, that's pretty famous. You you could never tell sometimes if something is like made for that or if it just is prominently featured in that. Like, was it made for the movie soundtrack, or was it, is it just a song that exists and then it was added? Like Philip Glass doing the score for The Truman Show, where he's a composer. It sounds like those are songs that you could have made anyway, but those were made specifically for the movie, at least. Yeah, the human ego lens is very strong, and so it turns into this weird thing of like the false absolute default, even with an overextended technological state and stuff like that. Like, how could you say you care about people if you have excesses, but people, many people do not, so you don't care about people inherently. You'll say like, oh, it's your ability to affect it, but you affect it through, again, these overextended corporations, globalist corporations that you support every day, but that's kind of the passive nature of the masses, that if it's not too obvious, they'll go along with it in any era, the evils of the past. So like, you going to Walmart is the modern equivalent of you, people living in eras of segregation or slavery or whatever, because you might not see it now, but you'll look back and see what that came at the expense of. Your luxury is at the expense of others' necessities. It's always an imbalance. Either war crimes to get oil, right? It's just always something like that. So like, being aware of the nature of the process is the problem, not ever the process itself. Because people are already dug in, right? What are they going to do? They're already dug in. They're not going to their lifestyle, to where they live, whatever. So that's the objectivity of the nomad. It's like, oh, the only reason why you have that perspective is because you're a nomad, or because you're objective, or whatever, because you have the privilege to think or whatever. But not the opposite. Like, the only reason why you don't think is because you're kind of dug into where you are, and you have that impure incentive to reinforce it no matter what. Fallacy of permission that I've talked about, like how they're able to just, that you need permission to do something, not to not do it. Reach Albany pretty much the same, we'll be right there as soon as we exit this state, right? And then it's about a 2 to 3 hour path from there. And more like, it's really only like 2 hours from there. I guess it just took me longer to get there than I thought it would. Yeah, now it's like a solid 3 hours, that's it. I don't know why I thought Albany is only like 2 hours. People overextend, they preserve a stimuli before they really qualify the state, that they're in even by their own measure, so it's a self-created conflict contrivance, out of ego insistence. It's just sort of arbitrary and random, there's no measure, accountability, and any thought or objectivity that way would be like personalized, like, oh, that's your fault or your problem or your inability to acquiesce, not that it's an actual standard that you're holding, unlike others who don't have a standard. Unless we get a basic fallacy here, it'd be like, if somebody like, oh, they're hiding stuff or something. Is it that they're really hiding something, or is it that you're looking? Why are you looking in the first place? Why are you, trying to outwardly insist, like society would watch and judge and control everything everybody does? And that's like, oh, you're trying to be secretive. It's like, no, they're the ones who are outwardly insisting, and yeah, like the idea that everything is arbitrary, and so there's no basis to specify. Long stream, but I'm not going to have the energy to really talk through everything. I don't know, sometimes I was able to do that, but I just can't. Everything through the ego lens basis, that's the way that things are valued or not valued in an imbalanced way, even that people aren't aware of themselves. It's sort of arbitrary ignorance, insistence, preconceived, myopic thing. So, and they'll do things in service of, hey, welcome back. They'll do things in service of the private state, like whatever, they'll insist upon it rather than try to be free of it, right? Proof in keeping with the preservation of the stimuli acme. So weather is still just as crappy as when we started, maybe even a little worse. It's kind of foggy and unclear. Yeah, let's look at that uncanny valley sort of social contrivance hybrid topic I was talking about the other day. Like the way that, that if you demonstrate to people the same way that they're controlled, they won't like it because it makes them aware of that, versus if you do it in a way that bypasses the critical thinking. So, like, they want to be controlled by it, or they don't want to be aware of the nature of the process, then they wouldn't be able to be controlled by it, but then they would be free. It's like they don't want to be free, or that's, not allowed. Donuts. You can't even read the sign. Yeah, like the ubiquitous nature of monopolized corporations is one element of consideration. Like, that's why marketing becomes such a big thing. Is like those things are just established, and then fog effect, I guess, for what it's worth. We had some pretty good weather throughout most of the trip, though, so I can't complain. There's like this scenario that I wrote about in one of my short stories. It's like the technological equivalency sort of scenario, where it kind of analogizes like, oh, every government has all the technology imaginable to do everything, and every person too, like in an equalizing way. Like when it reaches that point, then what do you do, right? How do you control people then? They can do anything, anytime, any technology no longer limits them, right? So they can basically do anything. So then what? Right, it gets to the point where your limited human senses are not. It's just a different level. Like, oh, some random civilian could do something halfway across the world, right? And you never know. That kind of thing, right? You'd have technology to do stuff like that. So, and same thing, like even with governments, like, okay, they all have nuclear bombs now, but even more than that. So like, the collective mass is always being controlled by like the newest contrivance state, but then they won't realize it, they'll take it for granted, and then is this the same one that was leaving that exit, that rest stop? But that's not actually what we're doing. I didn't realize Massachusetts actually took this long to drive through. I thought it was small. Like, why did... I guess it's like long, like wide. like objectivity or options or means, whatever, awareness, and validate the process by the same measure, being aware of the process. The part of the process is trying to bypass the awareness through social contrivance or specification or whatever. Right, which is kind of interchangeable. Alright, so it's to be exactly 3 hours from now. Really not that bad, all things considered. What was my favorite town of this trip, I wonder? Like, that Lebanon, New Hampshire, kind of, something about it I liked. But, like, what was a really unique town or different thing? I don't know. I mean, Boston was good. I like that, but... just because something is established or overextended far enough doesn't validate it necessarily the way that, people take for granted, reactively, unqualified. Like, the absolutists would be aware, like, regardless of what happens, they always see through the process and they're aware of it. So they might tolerate or defer to it, but they're always aware. They're like, okay, I'll remember that. Right, we can do like the Walking Dead style. Like, the absolutists will remember that. The nature of the process, despite the contrivance that forces you to acquiesce to it. And so they're never taken in by it. And so... they'll remember that, they'll be aware of that. But no, also they'll be aware, like, not only did human functions oppose objectivity, but they wouldn't do it themselves. That's the real insult. They wouldn't do it themselves. They wouldn't qualify the state, but they'll perpetuate it. They won't qualify, but they'll perpetuate it. That's the level of objectivity and consideration, long form postulate that would go into didn't we see a sign like that in Vermont too, like highest elevation on that road? That's like a who asked type of sign. Cool fact, but who asked? Like, who really cares? But no, like the idea that it comes out in the form or the presentation that you're kind of competing the contents of contrivance versus the inherent value of something. Yeah, everything's ego projected on an initial basis. So you defer to overextended machination process, but you try to specify. So, like, not only are people not being valued in the modern corporate globalist kind of structure, not only are people not being valued, but they're reduced to human functions or Whereas to forget about like AI taking over or something, it's more like, technology already rules you, but you let it, and then social contrivance is a tool of overcompensation or reinforcement for that. Like people use folly favoritism as a placeholder for true value and potential. The reason why those things appeal to them in the first place is because they're not free. So the reaction to not being free isn't to try to be free, it's to do something. Just awareness, objectivity is the biggest enemy of contrivance, but it's shut down pretty well by labels, not with credibility, but it's just shut down with force, like labels or certain things. Right, or again, just the baseline of not thinking. That being the standard, whenever I see anything to do with Lee, I always think of that line from The Walking Dead where the guy says it so dramatically, where he's yelling in the rain, Lee, Lee. It's kind of comical, but it's also kind of cool at the same time. Because like, you just leave him hanging, or at least you can. You can just leave him hanging, so... But no, like, those moments are a good example too, like in some sort of apocalypse. Now, where does your morality go? Oh, it's conditional. Oh, it's dependent on zero-sum means, right? Gonna try to react to something, but I just don't even know what to watch. Or like I kind of discussed it, but I didn't do an actual 2K episode, like before the playoffs or whatever. Maybe I could do it now when I get back. That's actually not a bad idea, because I haven't had my console with me to do that. But whatever, you could theoretically do it on PC or something. asphalt, what they allow, right? Everybody could flop, but everybody can flop, but whether they respect it or not. Soon. I kind of don't get it, but New York Thruway in 10 miles. Doesn't that mean that the New York starts in 10 miles? Like, what? That's a good way to test people's objectivity too, is like show them something and they don't know what it is or the story behind it necessarily. Like the ego based of trying to cope with the contrived state versus qualifying it in the further nature of the process, we wouldn't value it that way. Or even if like inherent hedonism, that as a false absolute. Like, at what point does credibility become shot to a false absolute? Like, you would throw out certain things like that, like love or whatever, but then, it doesn't work out, but then you still would keep doing that. So it's a false absolute gratification tool to control you at a half-mass state. The weather cleared up a little bit, but now it's going to be too dark for it to really matter. It's over the halfway mark. Well, like, I could have done that whole trip in one day if I wanted, assuming I was just going to one place. Like, just go one way 6 hours, go back 6 hours. That's all it really would have taken. It just didn't feel like it, but I guess not, though. By going to northern Maine, it would have been that took another like extra 5 hours. So yeah, Maine is a bit of a pain to traverse a little bit. we got to change the before GTA 6 meme to Half-Life 3, except it's never going to happen, right? Because Valve can't count to 3, but social contrivance is how the mediocre rule the masses, and it appeals to anything but evasive value. Tries to bypass and subvert it. Evasive value or even indignant assistance would be like longevity of the same process. Just it's the same thing, but you just value it in a way that like lasts longer, or right. So you take pride and gratification in a half-assed form of the same thing, but in the end, it really doesn't matter. Crossing into New York pretty soon, I think. It makes me appreciate the size of New York a little more, just landmass. That, Vermont, New Hampshire is small, even Connecticut's not too big. We saw Rhode Island briefly. So, what was the other thing I was saying? The overextension of, like longevity process. So it's a false absolute value in that. It's the same process, but longevity lasts longer. That's the base of value that you feel gratified, but it's the same thing that you're doing and in a lesser amount. So what kind of contradicts that is half-mass hedonism. If you're truly at peace with the longevity process, then why are you subverting it through half-mass hedonism that could reduce your lifespan and stuff like that? Or you're constantly at odds with it, but you pretend to be gratified by it, but it's the same thing. Like, so one of the other things is the fact that the credibility issue, like, even if you supposedly do that base of value with the longevity process, you would have, New Lebanon. How many Lebanons are there? What the fuck? Buckle up, New York is the law. Wait, did I miss where we actually at? Yeah, so ego-based hierarchy, competition, contest of contrivance versus... Oh, there it is. Okay. Welcome to New York. The sign is kind of out of the way. Yeah, the ego-based coping contrivance versus inherent accountable standard. Elaborate overcompensation of everything that people do versus standard inherent value, the fact that it's necessary or desired. Form or the appearance to define something that's not really credible. That's kind of an arbitrary basis of value. Like, yeah, if somebody defers to contrivance, it doesn't really validate it. After all the power and unqualified thing it has. The way that people struggle against their have-mass gratification ego basis by which they're controlled. But the easy way to look at that is like, it's arbitrary because why would you feel egotistical or proud about something when it's a zero-sum process anyway? It's nothing for nothing but zero-sum self-interest. You could just not require as much. You could just not be as possessive, materialistic. So where is the ego in that? It's a zero-sum process, not based on self-interest. If it's for other people, some collective gratification over extension, then that would even be like, okay, you so I guess Albany really is like 2 hours. It's just I wasn't expecting this extra distance to get there. how did I do it before where I could talk through this whole time? I just can't do it to this recently. Cut through Albany soon. Sacrifice everything rather than try to seek it. But then you realize the selective nature of people, they don't really have a basis of value. It's selective, dependent on extent of reasons, not a basis of self-exuberance, not credible in the end. No basis for structure, no basis for outward insistence. That's part of the absolutist perception too, is like they would see either, again, people are either dumb subjects of contrivance or complicit exploiters of contrivance. So either way, they're associated with contrivance. They're controlled by their own ego gratification, overcompensation, false absolute value, slave to their possessive kind of thing, whether it be stimuli, specification. Cynical way that everything is done at the level by which you're controlled, but by taking it at face value, you do it a great service. And so, you should think about everything the same amount that people who control you with it think about it, right? But then it's projected as like, oh, that's your fault for thinking so much, not that just reveals the nature of the process which controls you. interstates around it maybe say that seatbelt required. Like, no shit. But because that, obviously, if you're coming from there, you might not be used to that. Albany was a good checkpoint, basically, to wherever you're going. Even if you're going to New York City, going to Albany, it would be still fine. I think. I mean, going at an angle might be better, but... and Buffalo, even though they're completely opposite directions. Like, everything ego projection, not just aware of the process, remove the need, like fallacy of permission to not be inhibited. Even if it doesn't serve a purpose, even if you don't need it, even if your ability or means exceed the need of it, the collective is controlled by their own gratification, and of no matter what. No traffic at all. It's like a long weekend, but I guess tomorrow you'll see more activity. Try to find something to sort of pseudo react to because I'm too tired to really talk now. I can't really even do it. So the thing is that we only got about 2 hours left. Really not a bad drive, all things considered, but watch every single top-notch video. How about that? This is from the newest, even though I've seen probably a lot of them, probably all of them. There's top-notch idiots, top-notch gang. That's one of my favorite ones. He sits down at a bench. I don't like you, homie. Like, what? You just sit down. He just sits. You sit down at a random bench with somebody you don't know. You look like the type of person who needs to get blown up, and I'm the right type of person to do it. And he just keeps repeating the phrase, "You're trying to get blown up? You're trying..." It's a yes or no type of question. He'll emphasize it too. You're trying to get blown up. You're trying to get blown up. Or the way he says Alfredo, he'll like roll the R. Blow you on my camera. I'm trying to blow you on my camera. Or yeah, he got it wrong twice. He starts off saying, you look like your guy, you want to get blown up. And then, making it seem like blowing you up, like with a bomb. But then he gets it wrong again. I want to blow you on my camera. And that could be innuendo for something sexual. So he gets it wrong again. What are these fucking lights at the top, man? It's so unnecessary and distracting. But why do we need those red fucking lights? Yeah, this is one of the best ones. He sits down at a bench. I don't like you. Like, what? You give me too much attitude. You look like the type of person that needs to get blown up. It's so good. And then yeah, he always runs away so quickly, so easily. Or he'll start yelling like, it's a video. I'm trying to blow you on my camera. There's the audacity to do that. It's pretty funny though. You sit next to a random person and you say, I don't like you. Now it's 142 miles, so like this must be the whole trip. Yeah, this is actually. This will go all the way. Yeah, like the way he antagonizes people for doing nothing, like the way he tries to come up with an excuse. First of all, he's blaming Alfredo, the ultimate scapegoat, for everything. Alfredo told me something versus that'll be the greatest reveal in human history. Who is Alfredo? This is Alfredo Garcia from Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. That's why they finally answered the question why they wanted his head so badly. But yeah, like the way you're sitting here, the way you're chilling here. Oh yeah, where are you from? From Earth. Some people are just looking for conflict in a certain way, but Why are you mad? Why are you mad? I don't like when people tell me what to do, so then don't ask for directions, you dumbass. The way they chase after him so much is kind of like makes it feel almost a little scripted. How do you get to Manhattan? Yeah, it's a little bit too predictable that they run after him every time and then they end up not really doing anything. Right, which maybe makes it seem scripted. I love this. Like, he's saying, have you seen Alfredo? And then he's like, who is Alfredo? And he's like, the homie Alfredo, big homie. Like, what kind of answer is that? Have you seen this guy? No, who is he? He's the homie, and then you say his name. Who's Alfredo? The homie Alfredo, the big homie. Like, what? Or he didn't even get the punchline off of that one. You want to square up. These gang sign ones are dumb too. It's a video. He's trying to get checked, and then he writes them a check. Then he tries to diffuse these at the end, but then I ain't never been checked in my life. Smoked. You want to get smoked? He tries to protect himself sometimes by showing, like, oh no, that's all. Like, instead of the punchline, he's doing it out of pure self-defense. Like, I'm telling you the joke. Says it with such rhythm. You're trying to get smoked. Smoked. This just has to emphasize it so much. Chilling over here. I would think a lot of people would just assume that they would think you're just trying to sell them something like a cigarette or weed or whatever. That's the ultimate excuse. You do a plausible deniability, like it's a video, it's a prank. So you can do that in a realistic sense, like, you know, with some of these, you want to smash, they'll say, and then they have like a Smirnoff smash or whatever it is. So it's like they'll say it, and then if the person they're asking propositions what it sounds like, oh, maybe they're okay with it, then they just go along with it. But if they don't, then you do the joke. Okay, let's do one last round of Absolutist philosophy. We're almost there, like another hour. No, like an hour and a half, so. I don't know. I'm tired, man. Let's look at that, even the nomadic freedom thing, like something I've written about and discussed in the past, like the way that, okay, a nomad person could, like, they'll go from town to town and exploit people's kindness every step of the way and, like, never have to nest anywhere, never have to give anything back, but keep exploiting everybody. Oh, would you let me stay here free for a night? And they would in every town, let's say. Or would you give me a free meal? And they would in every town. And then you just keep going. So you sacrifice the sedentary lifestyle for that freedom of traveling. Yeah, it's like taking something seriously or face value instead of, oh, this is a reactionary element of contrivance that would, it's only necessary because of that subversive cognitive dissonance inducing state in the first place. So, yeah, there's like a dissonance between you're trained in society, indoctrinated to hold back and not reach your full potential, and then selectively it's like, oh, now you're expected to do this and that. Like, it's hard to take it seriously when, it's like, oh, you'd be entitled or something like that. It's more that you're being held back, so fine, you defer, and then you don't expect that you should have to take it seriously. false absolute default have-been state is, a subversion of the human element. So you're always holding back that full potential. God damn, I had to start raining again even to start the trip to end the trip. So like, oh, everything's arbitrary, so there wouldn't be any special meaning attached to any particular thing. pay attention, especially within the stigma effect awareness, it wouldn't surprise you the tyrannical kind of nature everything takes on. But people let it happen, they aid and abet it, right? They're kind of ignorant, so you let it keep pushing. Nothing's naturally occurring in that way. the absolutist reject the gratification basis. It's just a way that people are trained like animals to value a half-functionalist thing, and then, you know, truth in both youth and in old age that the reality would come out, those pretense go out the window, but you're trained so well that sometimes you cling to it. That's part of what happens. Everything has to be simulated because it can't be done freely. Your potential, your imagination, everything. Like a placeholder overcompensation. People want to be in a constant state of denial or social drives overcompensation framing instead of just objective inherent reality, being aware of the nature of the process, but it's a subversive state requiring that constant overcompensation reinforcement. Gratification in that is a zero-sum process. To be aware of the nature of the process and that sort of finality. inherent, the objective versus the contrivance. And if you're aware of the nature of the process, you can either play into it or exploit it, but you would never really take it seriously. It's like, oh, the inability to keep up the appearances of it. Bad about it versus they indignant. It's just gratification, permission sort of thing. But it shows you like the selective nature of human perspective is like anybody has the objective capability, but it's that they don't really want to see it. They want to selectively skew it to their own incentive or the specific contrivance state that they're in also has a bias towards doing that. Process, or that you're tolerating it, playing dumb kind of into it. took about an hour longer than what I thought it would actually, but not too bad. Actually, the traffic was pretty low. It's just the weather was kind of messed up. I'm kind of out of absolutist topics, and I'm kind of just tired, but that's alright. So 48 miles for Syracuse. But no, I like the idea of doing this in one shot. It's kind of good. But no, like once you realize the basic value, you can either manipulate it or at least be free of it, in the sense of like what people value is arbitrary. It's often not based on standard criteria. It's based on non-basic self, preconceived notions, the ego, right? The fact that they experienced it, they're doing it, that makes it valuable. Collective social things or repetition. So it's like, or even like, you know, you look at what people value and how it has no credibility, it's just arbitrary random things. So, but then you can either exploit it or at least not take it seriously, not be held back by elitism or some perfectionism. Yeah, like the same contrivance, half-mass human functions would be like, they would be coping with the contrivance state, but all the while indignantly insisting upon it, versus, you know, being objectively aware. It's the same observable process, but instead they would overcompensate for it in a form as if to validate it, but the fact that they need to would indicate the same objective nature of contrivance, conflict of contrivance. Assumption of a lack of measure, no true value can exist, but then there's no basis for structure, so any sort of supposed absolute value is just zero-sum in observable practice, or you know, just form of expression fallacy too. Like, you could present the same exact thing, whether it be, you know, a piece of information or whatever, and it's like, but it's a subversive state that's not about the actual nature of value. So it'll be like dependent on who says it, how they say it, dependent on overstated pretense, ego, appeal, cult of personality. So it shows you you're valuing things through the lens of ego in an incomplete way instead of just inherently right. So concept of everything is non-basic self, human, zero-sum, self-interest. But so it's either self versus collective, but it's still the same zero-sum thing. So alleviated by, okay, if everybody had excess zero-sum means reaction relief, that's Brave New World, solves the problem, pop a pill, it cures everything. Or if everybody required nothing, then problem solved. But then what? And what's the basic structure? You're aware of the larger process, you realize everything is imagination anyway, everything comes down to thought, and that, this is going to be a rare stream where there's more non-commentary than there is commentary, but I mean, it's understandable, I guess. Right, it's a long drive. Concept of the reason reaction thing, polyfavoritism. it's a reaction to the subversive state, which everything's controlled, not value kind of concession. But instead, it'll be framed like, oh no, that's something you actually desire, not just a reaction, imbalance, overcompensation, last refuge. Or it'll be framed like that's the reason for your like non-contrivance, not that it's a reaction to the contrivance state. Everything's reaction relief zero sum, but then it's framed in conflict of false absolute now that it isn't absolute. That's about the initial physical default. So like you have to overcompensate enough to not question the contrivance state, not that there could be faults or inconsistency of the contrivance state or just something you don't really desire in the first place and whatnot.